Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Kiss Your Chaos Goodbye Banish Paper Clutter webinar. I am Diva Dawn Ralston, and this is the first in our series. I want to do a sound check. If you guys could let me know if you can hear me okay, I'd appreciate it. There's a little bit of a delay in the chat, so it takes a few minutes, and there appears to be a delay on my screen as well. So looking to see if you can hear me. I see lots of people here that I know, so good to see you all, and I hope we can really help you take care of all that paper that's surrounding you today. Uh, Hi Pam, I'm seeing you and Molly, Jerry Myrtle, Diane. Everybody can hear me okay? I'm going to try and mess with my screen because it's obviously not showing the right stuff. See what else we got here. We may have to go with a minimal screen. Well, I appreciate you all bearing with me while I am figuring out this new technology for me. I hate new technology. I don't know about you guys. Today we're going to be talking about paper. I don't know about you, but paper just seems like it never goes away for me. As fast as I file it, as fast as I deal with it, as fast as anything else is happening, more comes in. And it's really difficult to know what to do with that. So hopefully today I can help you figure out what your problems, why you're accumulating paper, what to do with the paper when it comes in your door so that we can have you be able to find the paper that you need when you need it and get rid of it when you no longer need it and not be worried about what's happening. So I did want to let you know that this is being presented by Declutter with Diva Dawn. I hope you are all over on our Facebook group. If you're not, please stop by and ask to join. We do a lot of talking about different ways of getting your online business, your homes, anything you need organized so that you can function in a very efficient manner. So let's get started as soon as my screen catches up, and I'm really sorry about this. It is very difficult. It is just responding kind of slowly. So let's see. Okay, my screen is not changing slides, so if you will give me a moment while I figure this out. Because it's making me crazy, guys. Let's see. Give me 1 second, I apologize. Donna, I'm not talking right now, if that helps any, because I'm trying to figure out why my slides aren't moving now. And I spent all sorts of time making some beautiful slides for you guys, so I want you to be able to see them. I thought I had this all figured out, guys. I am so sorry. All right, we'll give this a minute and see if it catches up. If we have to, you'll have to see all my background things. Okay, I see things starting to change, so that helps. I love that suggestion, Diane, about starting to sort papers while you wait. At least you've got some to sort, and that will figure out some things that we can get them so that you can deal with what you need to do on them. I appreciate that, Danny. There's this delay, and I'm sorry about that. Hopefully my screen will be coming up soon. And in the meantime, maybe if you're not on the Declutter with Diva Dawn Facebook group, you could be over there and signing up. Okay, it looks like we're up to snuff. And you'll just have to see the previews on the slides coming up so that we can move forward. So let me tell you how the webinar is going to work today. I'm going to do some teaching. We're going to do some talking. We'll learn some interesting facts about paper. We'll try and figure out what's happening for you with your paper and figure out some strategies for processing it. We're going to do small chunks of lessons, and then I'm going to send you off with an assignment with some work to do so that you're working on your papers, and by the end of this webinar, the goal is that you will have a lot better control of your papers and you'll know what you have, and you will actually have hopefully purged about 50% of what you have, because a lot of what's there you really don't need, and we're going to figure out what you do need and what you don't need. I see that a lot of you are saying you have lots to sort and you have lots of papers, so let's get on with it. Does this ever happen to you? The next slide that's going to come up is what happened to me last week. I was at the eBay radio party all week, and so nothing happened on my desk other than the bare minimum. Mail got piled up, things my husband found around the house that he was putting away. He put them where he knew I would see them, and pretty soon my desk was a wreck. The first thing I had to do when I came, quote unquote, back to work was to actually find what was there and to figure out. And this is part of the problem for everybody. Just even missing a day or two of dealing with paper, they just seem to multiply and multiply and multiply. If you have paper coming in to your home, one of the best things you can do is to set aside one place where everything goes. Now, that's what my husband did. Everything came into one place. I at least knew where everything was that I needed to deal with that I hadn't already seen. And although it was a big chore, it really helped that I knew that there wasn't some on the kitchen counter, and there wasn't some next to the sofa, and there wasn't some on the desk, or some that never even made it into the house and were still in the car. So that all really helped. So that's what happened. So the way to deal with that and keep it from happening in the future is to designate that spot. Do you have a place in your home, or can you think of a place that would be a good spot where everything can get dumped? Your kids bring papers in, the mail comes in, maybe you have some new files that you're working on, a place where you can designate where everybody says it's always going to go here. You never have to scramble around the house looking in 10 different places to find something. That's what happens. if you have that ability, what anybody have an ideas where you could find a place in your home? For me, other than the fact that last week it was my desk because it just wouldn't hold all, my rule in my house is uh, it goes on my desk chair. I can't sit down without moving it, without dealing with it, without touching it. So hopefully that you would have some place like that. Pam says she has several places. Well, that would be my first thing. I would say one place, Pam. And maybe if you get to it before your daughter does, you'll have a chance. Molly, if you're saying my desk, and I would say, how about a small bin on your desk? All of those things will help. So why do papers accumulate in your life? There are so many different reasons. We all have different reasons why we don't deal with the papers that we have in our life, the papers that come into our home, and we don't know what to deal with them. First off, you have the emotional triggers. You have the thought of, I might need this someday. Although that magazine article from 6 years ago, probably never going to need it. What if you do need it and you can't find it? So you want to keep it right on your desk, right centered in that big pile, or maybe in the pile next to the pile next to the pile. And then you spend hours going through those piles to find that one piece of paper that you know is in there somewhere. Or you have the emotional reasons. Your kids made it. It's something that your mom sent you. This is something from high school. This is something from when you got married. You have all these emotional attachments to things. So it's very difficult to let go of it. But it's not something you need on your desk every day, but you're afraid you're going to lose it if you don't have it. Another big reason that we don't deal with our paper clutter is procrastination. So much easier to just ignore it. Paperwork, I don't know about you guys, but paperwork isn't fun. I don't remember anybody saying, oh boy, oh goody, today I get to go file paper. I get to go open the mail. Unless you're expecting checks, and nowadays with PayPal, we don't look forward to the mail quite as much as we did when people were mailing us checks. So paperwork ends up being at the bottom of your to-do list, and it's the one that just never seems to get ticked off. And while you're doing that and ignoring it, it's the paperwork and the problems just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you're feeling like, well, if I work on it today, it's still going to be here tomorrow. It's not going to ever go away. Another reason we procrastinate with it is that we don't know what to do with the papers that we have. We don't have a filing system in place. We don't have a way where we know that we can easily retrieve something. So it's better to have it out in the open so you know to go through it than have it tucked away in a file folder or in a file cabinet in a box somewhere, because if you need it, you need to be able to find it. And the last reason for procrastination is you just don't want to do it. Again, it goes back to that fun. It's much more fun to go sourcing. It's much more fun to watch TV or make dinner, hang out with your kids, hang out with your family. It's more fun to do a listing than it is to do paperwork. Do you agree, people? Another reason that we don't get around to doing our paperwork is fear. We go back to that, what if I can't find it when I put it away? What if I find something I should have done? Like I wrote a check and paid a bill and put it in the envelope, and I forgot to mail it. It's still on my desk, and oh my gosh, now it's past due. Or I promised, it was my mom's birthday, and I was sending a birthday card, and it's now a month later, and she didn't say anything, but I just found the card on my desk, and I'm so embarrassed. So we have these fears about finding things that we might have already thought we did or should have already done, and then we start to feel guilty. And we also fear being able to finish what we start. What if I begin the process of maybe filling out my tax return or filling out my sales tax, and what if I can't finish it? What if all my papers are so scattered everywhere that I don't have the information necessary to complete the task and get it done? So if I can't do it perfectly, I don't want to do it. Does that resonate with you? Pam says, is this like denial? And I think, yes, it's very much so. I think if we could just pretend those piles aren't really there, they really don't exist, and we don't have to deal with them until we're frantically looking for our passport or the new credit card that came or the form so that we can send away for our prescriptions or something that we need right now. And then we start rummaging through all those papers, and all they are is impediments to finding the things that we're looking for. Another reason that papers pile up in our lives is that we figure we don't have time to deal with them. You're just too busy. I don't have time to. I have mountains, I have boxes, I have piles of paper, and I just don't have time. It's going to take days to deal with it. Well, today I'm going to teach you some strategies for dealing with it in small chunks of time, in ways where you can find where things are. You may say, I'm too busy. I have too many more important things to do. It's much more important that I list today. It's much more important that I'm out on social media hyping my product. I have blog posts to write, so I need to do that today. My kids have swim lessons. My husband wants to go out for dinner. I deserve to go sourcing and shopping. There's so many more things clamoring for my attention, and the paperwork doesn't clamor for your attention. It sits there. It makes nice big piles and continues to grow. And you know what? As those piles grow, our guilt inside us grows, but we're really good at shutting those things out. And when we don't need the papers and the piles, we start thinking, well, I'm glad I didn't waste my time dealing with those. But they're still there, and one day they're all going to fall over, and then you're going to have a really messy pile. And it's going to be even harder to find things if you think you have somewhat of an idea of where in a pile something is based on the age of what you had. Paper also piles up, and then it gets to where it's a mountain. It's not a stack. It's not a few papers. It's not a stack. It's not a small pile. It's not a big pile. It's not 2 piles or 3 piles. Suddenly, it's a mountain. Suddenly, we're putting it in bags and boxes and tucking it away. We're putting it in bins, and we're hiding it. And now when we need something, there's so many more places to go and look for it. So today we're going to work on strategies to where it won't take forever, where a little bit of time invested every day will pull you out of that to where it's maybe 10 minutes a day dealing with paperwork, and you will feel such freedom. My desk, remember what that looked like in that picture for a week's me being away? All of that was done in about 25 minutes, first thing Monday morning, where I pulled out what I needed, I threw away what mail I didn't need, got rid of the trash, and did all of those things to deal with those pieces of paper. It was very freeing to get that space on my desk back, to have that mess cleared up, and get everything done. So it felt very freeing, and we're going to teach you strategies so that you can do that too. Another reason that papers to pile up in our lives is that there is no plan or system in place. You don't have anything ready to go. You don't have a place to store papers. You have papers that you need every day, so you don't want them in a file cabinet, but you have papers you use once a year or even less frequently that need to have longer-term storage solutions. So today we're going to talk a little bit about what those kind of storage solutions look like, what different ways you can store files, papers, how you act on them, how you retrieve them, and what makes it simplest so that you could do it. If you think it takes too long to get them organized, that's not true. We're going to do it in a little bit at a time. And I know a lot of the fears are too is you'll dig in, you'll spend 3 days, you'll do this crisis cleaning, this crisis filing, and you'll invest hours and hours and hours in one day taking care of getting your files in order, only to, it's like cleaning house, crisis cleaning your house. Once you spend 2 days doing nothing but cleaning, I don't know about you, but I don't want to jump right back in right away. It's a week or two down the road before I start cleaning again, and that's just not the way to do it. And it's the same thing with filing. A little bit every day till you get it to where it's quote unquote perfect, or at least functional, to where you can find things, where you can file things. Wouldn't it be amazing if your spouse needed a piece of paper, maybe the children's immunization records, and knew exactly where to go in your file cabinet to pull it? Didn't have to ask you to get it, that they could retrieve it. I know that's one thing that's really preying on my mind recently is I've been having some health issues, and I think, what if I was hospitalized? What if I was not able to be in my business and in my home life? My husband has no clue where things are. So, and yet he could, because there's instructions, there's a easy way to find things. It just means I need to explain the system to him. So same for you. We got to get the system up in place, get your papers into it, and then anybody can find what they need when they need it. And how do you do that? Controlling the paper instead of letting the paper control you. The best thing you can do is to feel like these are not piles of guilt. These are opportunities for you to take control, opportunities for you to organize your lives, your paper lives, to free yourself from so much of that still stands in your way to achieving what you want to achieve. With dealing with your paper, one of the things that you need to know is knowledge is power. If you know where you put things, if you know you have a system in place, and if you know you have the ability to take care of those papers, that they are not going to be controlling you. They are not going to be overrunning your office. Look at your desk right now. How many piles of papers do you see? Right now I see 2 on mine. I see a pile of medical bills I need to pay, and I see my paperwork, my folder that's open about this webinar. How does your desk look? How many distinct little piles of paper, or is it just a mound of papers on your desk and that you're kind of working around? What does that look like for you right now? I realize the chat's a little delayed, so hoping to get some answers here so that. So let's play a little what if. What if you knew where things were? How would you feel? What if somebody came to you and you needed a certain piece of paper and you could just walk straight to whatever filing system you were using, open the drawer, open the box, reach for the file on your desk, and pull that piece of paper out with super minimal work? What if you always paid your bills on time because you always knew where they were, because you always knew when they were due? Can you think, wouldn't that be a wonderful, freeing feeling? What if you never missed a deadline or you never missed an appointment? How many times has your dentist sent you a reminder card saying, it's been 6 months, time to make an appointment? And by the time you find that postcard or It's months have passed. So what if that postcard came in, you made that appointment, and you stayed on your dental path? What if that never happened to where you missed that scheduling again? What if all of these things weren't running around in your head all the time? What if there was a place to put these tasks and things to do so where you knew what was happening? I see lots of people talking about what their space on their desk is like. I see lots of people with piles. Now, think of what you could do with that desk space if that paper wasn't there. Think of you could pull a project out. You could, if you had items to list, you could set them on your desk and have them right there without worrying about them falling over and breaking. Wouldn't that be amazing? So how does that dreaming sound? What if questions could you ask yourself? What what would feel better? What things would be better in your life? What if the paper wasn't there weighing you down? Because it does weigh you down, even if you don't deal with it, even if it just sits there and stares at you. You feel the weight of all that paper. Does that feel like it would be freeing? One of the next things we're going to talk about is, where does paper hide or not hide so much in your home or an office? Where does it show up? Where does it accumulate? For me, as you saw, it was on my desk when I was away. The normal place for things to be put for my attention is on my desk chair. But look at your kitchen counters. I know my husband tends to put the grocery receipts on the kitchen counter, and I have to go reclaim those. I can't get him to bring them into the office, and I just know that's where I have to go. But there's tables and chairs. Do things accumulate on your sofa, on the end table next to you? What about the floor? I know when I run out of space on my desk when I'm working on a big project, the first place I toss papers is on the floor next to my desk. And if you don't pick them up when you're done with that project, pretty soon your floor now has a big mound of papers as well. How many times have you gone through your purse or your briefcase only to find receipts and things that you don't remember whether they were tax deductible or not? How many times have you gone through your car and found paperwork there, maybe a mileage record, maybe a receipt from dinner or a receipt from a thrift store? All things that you need in order to function, in order to bring your paperwork complete. But there it is, lurking in your car because you have no system to bring it in, put it someplace, and deal with it. So thinking about all the places where you find paper is really important. Oh, I like Amy. It's shoved on top of and beside the printer. And Amy, how does your printer work when that happens? Is when you want to use the printer, do you then have to move your pile of papers, let the printer work, and put your pile of papers back? Wouldn't it feel good not to have those there anymore? We were talking earlier, or I was talking earlier, about having an incoming zone, a place where everyone in your family knows that things belong. If they were bringing papers in that need your attention, they go here. Now, I'm a big advocate of one landing zone, so that everything goes in one place and you aren't chasing all over your home looking for papers. Now, that doesn't mean that having multiple landing zones aren't important or aren't functional. You may want to have one in your office for things like mail and business paperwork. You may want to have a separate one maybe on the kitchen counter, next to the front door, the place where your family enters, so that as soon as they come in, maybe your kids have permission slips that have to be signed. Maybe where someplace where your family congregates, so it might be a basket on the kitchen counter, so that it's a designated spot so that you know you need to check it each and every day. Your kids won't be scrambling around in the morning saying, "Oh, Mom, did you sign my permission slip?" And you're going, "What permission slip?" Uh, you're not looking for what you did with your grocery list or where the ticket for the dry cleaners is, that there's one place where everything lands, and then you take it out and you deal with it. And I say you take it out, but you have to put things in there too. You have to use it. You have to get everyone in your house on board with this is where things go. They don't get left next to the sofa. They don't get left on the kitchen counter except in the designated basket. The mail, before I designated a place in my home for mail, it used to be I was the one that brought the mail in. A couple years ago that switched, and my husband, that became part of his daily routine. But I would find the mail on the kitchen island, and the next day it might be on the bar, and the next day it might be on the coffee table, or the next day it might make it into my office. So there was never one place where he put the mail. He would bring it in, he would look at it, he would drop it wherever he was. If that meant he was opening something that came in the mail and he did that at the kitchen table, all the mail was strewn all over the kitchen table. If he just walked in the door, he looked at it as he walked in from the mailbox and decided that there was nothing in there important enough for him to read, just bills and stuff for Dawn to take care of, he'd drop it on the kitchen island because that's the first flat surface he would come to as he walked in the back door. And then I would spend the week running around the house trying to find where all the mail went and thinking, well, I know that bill should have come in this week and I don't see it, or I was expecting a return from a customer and I don't see it. I was looking for the rent check for our rental house, and where could that be? It's always here by now. It might have been in one of a half dozen places around the house. So having an inbox that everyone in your house is on board using is very important, and it's important that you use it too and set the example. So, oops, there's my puppy in the background. Sorry about that, guys. Size matters. You don't want a big Rubbermaid tote like you'd store big things that you're selling in. You want something small, just big enough to handle an 8.5 by 5-inch piece of paper, which is the normal size of paper that comes into your house. You don't want it to be very deep. You want it to be maybe 2 inches deep at the most. I like the idea of a vertical file. You know those magazine racks, those magazine holders where you get that they're kind of got a slant in the front. They're about 2 to 3 inches wide. I love using those as an inbox because even if your inbox is 2 inches tall, you can pile that stack up 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 inches tall before it starts getting wobbly. But if you have a vertical one with definitive vertical space that you can't pile up, you only have so much, then it makes it very difficult to let anything accumulate. And the other thing you need to do is you have to commit. If you are the person that's going to handle the papers, or if you and your spouse are going to do it together, or if you're going to handle some and your spouse is going to handle some others, or maybe your daughter is going to handle these, that each of you commits to doing your part every day. It has to get emptied every single day and dispersed like I'm going to teach you later. And the biggest thing I can tell you is the trash can is your friend. So much of what comes in the mail, so much of what your kids bring home is trash. It is the latest. When your kids come home and they bring their latest art projects, they bring their latest papers home, they'd like them displayed. Maybe you put them on the refrigerator, maybe you make a big folder for them for now, but a month from now, they don't care about that. They really have no emotional attachment to most of those things that they bring home. You have the bigger attachment, and you have to decide how much is too much to have. So the best thing you can do is to decide to, maybe it's the paperwork your kids are bringing home from school, and they cleaned out their backpacks and put them in the folder. Maybe you take 5 minutes with them at bedtime and say, okay, you brought these things home today. Do you need this for anything? Do you need to take this back? Do I need to sign this? Is this something you would like to keep? So it's continuing to maintain and to teach them that you don't have to hold on to everything, that you know what it is, and everything is not special. You only want to keep the special things. So remember, the trash can is your friend, and if you can have a trash can right next to you while you're sorting through the mail, while you're sorting through your inboxes, that is the first line of defense for clutter and papers accumulating, is getting control of your incoming. How many of you have an inbox or a place, or or do you just have stuff landing all over your home? Your kids saying, "Oh, by the way," as they were getting ready to go out the door the next day, "I need permission. I need this permission slip signed." How many times in the morning, or as your kids are going to bed, have they said, "Oh, by the way, I need poster board for school tomorrow"? So if you get them in the habit of dealing and with paper, as soon as they come home, it goes in your landing box, you'll see what's happening. So for this first portion, I want you to go and do. We're going to take a half hour, and let's make it 35 minutes because I talked faster than I thought I would. So right now I see it's 10:45 my time. So let's say quarter after, we'll reconvene here. In the meantime, I want you to take an empty box or a bin, and I want you to go around your house and go through your desk. And if you need more than one bin to do it, that's fine too. But get it all in together so that we can start working on it together. Look in your desk drawers for those stray pieces of paper. Go out to your car. Look at your desk. Check the floor. Check baskets. Check your piles. Just dump all those into a box or a bin. Gather your receipts, your papers, everything. And when we get back together, we're going to figure out what we're going to do with them from there. We're going to start sorting them and making them functional for you. Okay? So can we do that? Diane says that she has a central area on her shelf, but she doesn't get it cleaned daily. How often are you able to get to it, Diane, and would it help if you did set aside a few minutes every day to clear that? Think of how many times you wouldn't be rushing around. Kathy, if you can't find an empty box, just start making one big pile somewhere. We will get you up and running so that that pile isn't accumulated. So can you all spend a half an hour and get that together? I will see you back at quarter after the hour, and we'll start figuring out what to do with all those papers. And we'll start getting control of them, and we'll get your papers uncluttered. Okay? We'll see you then. Bye-bye. So, hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully, you're back after getting together and finding more and more paper that you didn't even realize you had. It's bad enough when it accumulates on your desk or where you see it all the time, but it's those insidious pieces that are just scattered here and there that are really scary to make you realize how much paper you really do have. I saw lots of comments in the chat box, so tell me, what did you find? What surprised you about what you gathered or where you found things? Or did you not find as much as you thought you had, just the piles that you see everywhere? Um, I saw that Wendy said she's gotten rid of a lot of paper already and she couldn't believe how much she found. Bobby says she has piles of paper on the floor behind her desk now, but her bedroom looks much better because it's not all cluttered up. So at least we've got it contained in one place. I think that's pretty good. And let's see, who was it? Oh, somebody was actually dusting the places where they pulled papers from. Was that? Oh, that was Pam Clayton. She dusted her desk off after she gathered up everything. Um, just that's got to feel better, doesn't it, guys? To know where things are, that you have this space, and that's part of those what ifs. What if you had desk surface to work on that wasn't covered by paper? What if you knew where your bills were? What if where everything is? Curtis says he filled his trash can twice. He's ahead of the game because hopefully we're going to be filling it even more when we start sorting through the papers with more definitions in mind about what we're going to do with what we have. Diane says she found a recall notice for the car from last year, so there's something that is going to be great. You're actually going to be able to take action on that, Diane, because I'd hate for you to have that car flake out on you when you really needed it. So that is cool. I'm just checking to be sure you can all hear me. Susan's asking if we are live again. We are now. Okay, Susan, you do hear? Okay, good. Good, Bobby. You've been tossing out papers. Did you find you had more than you expected to have? Did you find you actually had less than you thought you had? Pam, emptied out old papers from your file cabinet. That's up to you. If you have enough in your vision right now to work on, that's plenty. You can attack your file cabinet once you deal, because I would assume what's in your file cabinet is older. So I would say work on your more recent papers first, get those to where you're comfortable with them, and then you can apply the same techniques we're going to learn today to take care of the things that are much older. And you'll be surprised at how much of that, which was very important back when you filed it, no longer has meaning to you. Patsy says she's forever buying pens because she can't found them. She found 25 or 30 mixed in with the paper. So what other kind of things did you guys find mixed in with your paper? Did you find, I know when I used to let my stuff get out of control, sometimes I sell a lot of flatware. I would find pieces of flatware in between my papers if I let it pile up. You might find something unexpected, like the recall notice that Diane found. Linda, you have a glass top desk. Did you realize that, or did you think it was a paper top desk? I think that's pretty cool. So it's going to be nice and shiny and sparkly, and you're going to be able to use that glass top desk. That's wonderful. So oh dear, my slides have frozen again, guys. I got to figure out what's happening. So bear with me for a second. Okay, hopefully the slide will change in a minute, and if so, we'll be back on track. Oh, lottery tickets, Donna. Donna found lottery tickets in with hers. I think we should all get a share of that if you've suddenly become a millionaire. Hopefully the deadline hasn't passed. And if not, maybe those will be tax deductible expenses for your other winnings. Bobby found photos and instruction booklets from old phones and CD players. And Wendy found books and booklets and magazines. What kind of books and booklets and magazines did you find, Wendy? Are these things you need to read? Things you just have and haven't thrown away? Do you remember why you still have them? Sound is gone. Is anybody else having problems with sound? Oh, you got it back? Okay, good. I'm glad. And I'm still waiting on the slide here to change. Hopefully that, there we go. Okay, so now you've got big boxes and bins and bags and piles of paper. It feels good to have it all in one place, but it's only a big pile in a box of paper. Now what do you do with it? And I'm going to teach you a sorting system that will help you define what every piece of paper is, because every piece of paper in that pile or box or bin that you created in the last half hour will fit into one of four simple categories. And you will be amazed at how easy it is when you have some specific guidelines and you only have four categories that you can put things in. You can't put things in, maybe I'll do this later, oh, I need to do this now, I should be working on this, I wonder if I want to read that. So we're going to do those four categories, and you'll know what to do with each piece of paper, and you'll be able to sort every piece of paper that comes in the door into your loading spot. Did anybody think about where their landing spot can be, where their inbox can be? And so now that they got a feel for where people were in their household, where papers were accumulating. So are you ready to learn about the four categories? All you have to do is remember the acronym STAR, S-T-A-R. Every piece of paper in your pile will fit into one of these categories. The first category is shred. If it has I personally like to shred anything that has my personal information on it. Maybe that might be my address. It might be a social security number. It might be an account number. It's anything that can identify that piece of paper as mine, I like to shred. If there's nothing in it that is identifiable, or if only a small portion of it is identifiable, I might tear the top piece off, the piece that has my identifying information off, and trash the rest, which brings us to the T in STAR, trash. If you have grocery receipts from a year ago, do you need those? Are those for tax deductible things? Probably not. Those are trash. Get rid of them. If you charge your groceries and the bill has long since come in, get rid of the receipt. Books and magazines, if it's more than, I would say, 6 months to a year old and you don't know why you still have it, get rid of it. Circulars from your grocery stores, postcards, advertising, election notices. Lord, we just had so much election mail here in Nevada. Before the primary, I was getting 10 pieces of election mail every single day, and all I was doing was tearing off my address, shredding that, and putting the rest away. The third type of item you're going to find among your papers are action items. That's a piece of paper you have to do something with. It may be a postcard from your dentist telling you it's time to make your appointment for your 6-month checkup. That's a piece of paper you need to act on. Maybe it's a permission slip from your child's school or that you need to sign. That's something you need to act on. So that would go in your A pile. So you're going to have an S, you're going to sort into STA, shred, trash, act. What other kind of action things might you find in your mail? I think, if I remember correctly, it was Diane that found her a car recall notice. So that notice would go in her act pile because she needs to act on that. She needs to call and find out about the recall or make an appointment or take her car in, one of those things. But she needs to, that piece of paper is a call to action to her for something that she must do. So don't you sometimes write notes to yourself? Remember to buy milk. Um, it might be remember to give so-and-so a refund on or that a note that's reminding me that I'm almost out of 8 by 8 by 8 boxes and I need to reorder more. A piece of paper that says that, even if it's a Post-it, a scrap, or anything, is an action item that needs to go in your action pile. And then you have R, which is reference, which is mostly all the other stuff. It's last year's tax return. It's the manual to the new lawnmower you just bought. It's the information from the school that maybe your child's going from elementary school to middle school this year, and it's maybe the information packet that your school sent you so that you know what your kid needs the next year for school. And if there are things there you have to go by, yeah, maybe that's some of the papers go in your action and some belong as reference. What other kind of referencing? Class notes, Wendy, that's a great idea. Bills, Molly asks about bills. Bills, I would say that's an action item unless you've paid it already, because if you haven't paid it yet, it needs to be acted upon because you do need to pay that at some point, folks. But if you've already paid it and you need to keep your bills for any length of time, then that goes in your reference file. I would tell you that anything that, another thing that would go in your action pile would be maybe a receipt from, maybe you went to the eBay radio party and paid your fee. And so your receipt from the hotel is going to be a tax-deductible expense. So that's something you're going to have to act on when you do your taxes. Maybe not right away, but it's still something you will need to act on. So it would be an action file. So some of the things to ask yourself when you're sorting are, is this a vital document? Now, is filing an action? No. Filing is reference. We're going to put anything that's a reference will need to be filed eventually. But it's just stuff that just needs to be tucked away, not something you need to do right away. So let's go back to the questions you should ask yourself. Is this a vital document? What's a vital document? That would be a birth certificate. It might be the deed to your house. It might be a copy of your will. Those are things that are really urgent. It might be, oh, what else would be considered? Your Social Security card. Maybe your copies of credit cards. Things that are fairly irreplaceable. If you served in the military, it might be your DD-214. Those would be considered vital documents. They're not documents that you need to do anything with, but they're documents you need to have and need to be able to find in the future, whether that's for filing for Social Security or for getting a new home loan or refinancing your house or applying for a bank loan, looking for a new school, or because that might be immunization records, all those kind of things. Marriage certificate, perfect, Wendy. All those things are vital documents. And to go along with that marriage certificate, a divorce decree. I recently went through refinancing our rental property here in Vegas. And I had so much stuff already scanned and on my computer, I could lay my hands on every document they asked for. I was able to file the refinance papers, including filling out the application, in less than 45 minutes. And there were, I think, about 30 documents I had to produce, but I could find every single one because they were vital documents. They were documents that were filed away and they were easily accessible. What a relief. The last time I did that, there were a couple of documents I couldn't find and I went crazy looking for them. So I revamped my filing system a little bit and now I can lay my hands on everything. So a vital document would be reference. Do I need to do something related to this piece of paper that I have? Wendy suggests a passport. That would be reference. But is your passport expiring? So now something that would normally be reference then becomes an action. Yes, my passport is expiring. I'm going to put my passport in my action pile because I know I need to apply for a new one. And it's not going to stay in that action pile very long, so it's not going to get lost, and eventually it will get put back into reference. Diane with her recall notice. And Molly said she got a reminder notice from the dentist today. Again, that will go in your ACT pile. If you can find the information somewhere else, so this is something like magazines and books, even manuals for that new lawnmower. You may need to keep the warranty card, but maybe you don't need the manual. Maybe it's easy to find that manual online, so why keep the paper? So that's an easy way. What other kinds of things can you think of that you might be able to find somewhere else that were in that pile of papers? I know one of the things I used to do back before the internet was such a fabulous place to be was all year long I would take like the Target circular and the Macy's circular and gather ideas for Christmas gifts for my family. And I would just tear out pages and I would stick them in one place, in one file. And then when it came time to figuring out what I was buying people for Christmas, I would have this file of things. Well, now there's these wonderful services. You can see the circulars online. There's services like Clipix and Pocket, where you could save web screenshots, or you could make your own snips of screenshots and save them in a digital file on your computer. So you can get rid of all those brochures and catalogs. And if there is one article in a magazine that is important to you, tear that piece out. Tear that article out and get rid of, the other quarter inch or more of information that you don't need to keep. You only need that one article. Another type of thing you're going to find when you start going through the papers that you accumulated is memory and archival things. Maybe it's the Mother's Day card your kids gave you last year. Or maybe it's a poem your husband wrote for you when you were dating. Maybe it's a drawing your kids did of your family. Or some photographs from your last vacation. All of those kind of things that tug at the heartstrings, that are a memory that you're not ready to part with yet, we will find a place and a home for. These would be reference items. These are not items you need to act on. These are not items you need to do anything in particular with other than keep them so you have them. If you're accumulating photographs and keepsakes in order to maybe scrapbook, we're still going to put them into the reference pile, and you'll make a file, you'll make a box, you'll make a container, you'll do something to pull all those things together so that they are in one place when you are ready to scrapbook with them. Let's see, I had a couple of questions. Take out delivery menus. Those are great ideas. The those are reference. Those are not something you need every day. But wouldn't it be great to have all those in one place and you just pull out a file and decide who's going to be making you dinner tonight? Um, I also saw somebody ask about taxes, about how long you keep taxes. And the rule of thumb on that is that you keep 7 years of back taxes. That is because if you file this year and are audited and they find a mistake or something they feel you've been doing wrong for a long time, then they can go back as far as 7 years in auditing you. And if they find something within those 7 years, they can go back 7 years from then. I'm a hoarder when it comes to my taxes. I have all of my tax returns except 1 year, and that is only because a mouse got into my basement when we lived in Michigan, and he thought that was just yummy stuff. So for me, if the tax returns don't take up a lot of room, I would keep them and just keep them. It's something that your kids can shred when you're long gone. As far as keeping monthly bills, I would say if it's not a bill for things that are tax deductible in a year, if it's something that's tax deductible, it will go with your tax documents. If it is not something tax deductible, I like to keep mine for the current calendar year. And one of the fun things I do on New Year's Eve is I purge my bills paid folder and just keep the last bill I got for the end of the year. So my folder will have no more than 12 bills from any one source in it at any time. And then I'll just shred those. So that's how I make my New Year's confetti. Any other questions about where things might land? Pam's absolutely right. The IRS, if they keep finding mistakes and problems with your tax returns, they can go back and back and back. So you want to be able to do that. I see lots of good ideas going by in the chat about keeping stuff. Now, if you have things from, let's see, Carol talks about having receipts from Goodwill. You could scan them, you can keep them. If they are related to your taxes, if they are related to proving your expenses and your deductions, then you need to keep them. Because the IRS can audit you and they can disallow those deductions if you don't have those receipts. So make sure you keep them and have a system for finding them. Wendy, your old monthly bill, that's absolutely fine. I'm a little anal. I like to be able to go back because there have been instances, I must say, when I've been double charged for something and it's been like a couple bills ago. So I'd like to be able to go back and look. But again, where else can you get this information? I can look at those bills online, so I really don't have to keep that. That's a habit for me, and that's something maybe I need to look at. If those bills are available online to you, then when the new bill comes in, get rid of the old one. The less paper you have to sift through, the less paper you have to store, the more freeing and wonderful it is. So our next step is going to be a little bit longer. We're going to do an hour and a quarter. The slide is only going to say an hour, but I think by the amount of stuff you guys said you were finding, and we have a little bit of extra time, I can give you that extra 15 minutes, and we're going to do some sorting. So think of these questions. Oh, I didn't cover one of these. Do I still need the information on this paper? If yes, or let's start with the top one, the easy one. Do I still need what this piece of paper is about? Did you find a manual for that can opener that broke last year? So why do you need it? Toss it. If it has vital information on it, then you're going to shred it. If it's something you don't need, trash it. Get it out of there. Why are you keeping it? If yes, you still need the information on this piece of paper, then decide whether it's ACT or reference. And if it's maybe, you're just not sure just yet, Maybe you're not ready to part with some things, but you probably don't want it forever. Then put it in your reference pile and we'll give it a further thought a little farther down the road. I can tell you that one of the pieces of paper that came into my life recently was my homeowner's insurance renewal declaration. And normally this would be a piece of reference paper because it's my insurance policy. But I know that the price went up quite a bit this year, and before it renews again next year, I want to get some quotes from elsewhere. So I'm going to put that piece of paper in my action pile so that I know that I need to get a quote. It's going to be my reminder. So for the next hour and a quarter, so it's now by my time almost 11:45. So at 1 o'clock, we're going to reconvene. When we reconvene, I hope you've taken that big pile of papers that you have and sorted them using the star system. Shred, trash, act, and reference. And there are going to be things you're not going to know what to do with. So come back. We'll open up the chat a little before 1 o'clock. We'll start talking about those things. We'll see what else, what you're thinking about it, and how we should categorize it, whether it should be an act or a reference. And then we'll deal with each of those 4 piles that you create during this period of time individually so that you can take care of them and begin reducing it. I see a lot more trash in everybody's future. Okay, so can we do that? Does that sound doable, everybody? We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Wendy, if it's a pile of statements that your husband wants to go through, I would say you're going to, let's see, I would put those right now in your act pile, or maybe make an act pile for him. So maybe we're going to make 2 act piles for you. If it's, if one's going to be maybe an act pile for you and an act pile for him, or make one and we'll divide it up when we work on your act pile. Susan, I would say your notes from your webinars, are they things you need to do right now, or are they notes from webinars for things to do in the future? If they're things to do in the future, but it's very nebulous, nothing you need to do now, I would make a file, and we'll talk about that later, what to call it and how to be able to find it again. Amy, yes, there's a way to scan test papers. We'll talk about that a little bit later when we get down to those. Those will be reference documents, so just put them in your R pile for now. We'll talk about ways to deal with that. We will talk to you at 1 o'clock, and as we further break down the papers that you have and make progress on them. I'm going to leave the go and do slide up here. Pam Clayton, yes, it's just piles of star. Would you rather, I think you all know what STAR stands for. I can leave whatever slide you think you might want up. I'll leave the go and do up unless anyone else seems to think they need something else, like the questions to ask yourself, or if you want the STAR acronym up. But I think we all know STAR: shred, trash, act, reference. Amy, if you tend to have to show doctors the stuff, I would make a reference file so that you could just pull that file whenever you have to go to the doctor. Carol, my receipts are all in a box right now and sorted by store. Best to do now. What kind of, are these receipts for business? Are these receipts just generally? If they are receipts, just general receipts for things that you don't need receipts for, then I would pitch them. If these are receipts that are going to be for your tax documents, then they go in the ACT pile because you are going to have to file your taxes with those. Amy, I would say test results from autism retesting, I think those would be important things to hang on to. So I would keep them. Pam Clayton is saying questions to ask yourself. Slide, if I leave that up so you can refer to that, is that okay for everybody? And I'll come back in here before 1 o'clock, so if you want to come in and ask some questions before then. And we'll see you at 1 o'clock, and I hope you have a lot of fun dividing up. Now, don't get lost in the papers. Don't spend a lot of time reading the papers. Um, Look at it, know what you need to do with it, and make the decision. Shred, trash, act, reference. Okay? Have fun, guys, and we'll see you in a little bit. And already you're getting control of your papers. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you in a bit. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Banish Paper Clutter webinar. How's it going? I've really been enjoying reading the chat that's been happening. I see lots of people are finding things. Bobby found lots of recipes. Those are going to make a great reference file, Bobby. And the one theme that I keep seeing is that the biggest pile was actually trash. Think of how much that's been living in your life, and all it was trash. Um, Sherry's way ahead of the game. She's been shredding and been throwing away trash. So that is very cool. Pam, I'm sorry you're having problems with the computer, but remember this will be recorded, so you'll at least be able to go through the steps. It's very cool that you guys are working so hard. Carol says there's no sound. Does everybody else have sound? Carol, you might need to refresh if it might be a problem with your browser. And we'll see where we go from there. So tell me, what else did you guys find when you went through your piles? Is one pile much bigger than the other? Are there lots of things that you need to do, or just lots of things that you need to file? Did you have enough time? Remember those fears we talked about and those things that get in our way of taking care of the paperwork that we talked about at the beginning? The emotional triggers, I don't know what to do with things, how can I part with this? What if I already should have done something, like Diane's car recall? Or the procrastination that it's going to take forever to deal with your papers. Look at this. You've spent a half hour gathering and a little over an hour sorting, and already your paperwork, you've probably reduced what paper you have by 50% by just figuring out the shred and trash piles. Gary, sound and slide movement. Try, oh, Danny, a fun of $25 Bubble Fast gift certificate. Pretty cool. That's like somebody else said they found money in an envelope. I'm really glad that you guys are finding lots of things. And isn't that wonderful when you find money or things that have value for you? Whether it's a gift certificate or a coupon, a gift card, cash, gift certificates, that's really cool. So are you ready to start now that you've got it divided into piles, into these 4 categories, and know that paper only has 4 categories? Does that make it easier for you? So now what do we do with the piles? Now what do we do with each of those categories? So the first pile that you have is your S pile, your shred pile. And Sherry said she shredded hers after sorting the rest of them. So that's really cool. But here's the big kicker. Only you can sort. Anybody can shred. For me, I keep a coffee mug on my desk. I tear off our name and address and any pertinent information that I want shredded, trash the rest of the paper, and then I'll put that little, it's usually about the size of a 3x5 card, in the coffee mug. And once a week when that coffee mug gets full, my husband comes, takes that coffee mug, takes all the papers out of it, and he shreds them for me. So who in your life can do the shredding? Does it have to be you? Can it be your spouse? Can it be your teenager? Who else can take care of that chore for you? Here in Las Vegas, we have a charity called Opportunity Village. They employ mentally disabled people, and they offer a shredding service. So you can take your bags of shredding to them, and they shred them for an extremely nominal fee. Periodically, Staples and Office Depot have parking lot shredders in their parking lots, and you're invited over to a shredding party, and you pay $1 or $2 to have a bag of trash, a bag of shredding shredded. So you don't have to do it yourself. So this is something, a process that you can take care of. You make the decisions about what needs to be shredded. Only you can do that. But anybody can shred. Share the load. Okay? Bobby, you can always bring stuff over here. I'll have Bill shred it for you. How's that? If you can't find your shredder. And we have a very small shredder. It overheats after about 15 minutes, so that's about all the shredding we do a week. So the second pile is trash, and you know what to do with that. You've got, and as I was telling you before with incoming mail, the trash can is your friend. Everything that go into trash or recycling, if you recycle in the area that you're in, those are easy. So you know what to do with that. Sure, Carol. Should you buy a shredder? I bought mine at a garage sale. You could always find something. If you have someplace else, so it's a good thing to have on hand if you're worried about security at all. Okay, so the next is that action pile. Now, how many people were surprised at how small their action pile was? Did you expect there to be a lot more there that you needed to do? Did you expect that your action pile was actually going to be really big? I would be surprised if it was 2 inches, maybe 3, and probably substantially smaller than that. What did you find? Did you find that your act pile was smaller than you expected, that there was actually really less to do than you thought? What do you think? And what kind of things did you find in your action file? And this would be a great time for anybody to ask through the chat if you had any papers that you couldn't decide, should they be act, reference, trash, or shred? Although trash or shred are harder for us to figure out for you, but we can talk about whether you want yours to be, whether it should be act or shred, or what exactly is it you want to do with it. I realize the chat's a little delayed, but tell me what you found. Tell me what you have questions about before we go on to the next step. Oh, I'm seeing Bobby and Amy both saying that their action pile is small. Was this a surprise? Oh, Sherry, only 7 items. The only thing is that the reference pile is a big action pile, and that's true. Your reference pile is a big pile that really is for the action file. Donna says mine's a good size, bills to pay, calls to make, appointments to do. So now let's talk about those action steps and what we need to do with those things that are in our action pile. Because this is the pile that you're going to deal with every day so that you get control of it and you don't have. So the first thing you're going to want to do is create 3 files. The first one is going to be called Bills to Pay. And when bills come in, this is the folder they go into. And here's a big secret about paying bills and having control of them. Do not leave them in the envelopes that they come in. take them out of the envelope, throw that outer envelope away, throw all those inserts that the credit card companies and the car loan companies and your mortgage company and everybody sends you with those bills. That's advertising. It's, what is that T word? Trash. So get rid of all of that. Keep the return envelope and put the bill opened up. Usually it's 8.5 by 11 or whatever size the bill is, with that envelope around it. And now take a highlighter and highlight the due date. And once you have all your bills in your folder, put them in order, with the bill that's due the soonest on the top and the bill that's due the latest on the bottom. Now you know where all your bills are. Your bills don't ever have to be late unless you want them to be late. If you pay them online, which I do with most of my bills, I really like that I can pay them online. I don't have to write the checks and spend the postage. Not something I did until about 5 years ago, but since adopting that bill paying strategy, I've really started liking it. Once you pay the bill online, you'll then throw away that envelope and you'll mark your bill paid, and it'll go to be filed however you're maintaining your current bills, your receipts for your bills. And Carol, I agree. If you can pay a bill easier, if you can pay a bill immediately, that's great. Not everybody can. I used to pay all my bills very immediately, like the day they came in. But with the advent of my husband's retirement, and we only get funds into our account twice a month now. So I actually have 2 times a month that I sit down and pay bills. I used to pay bills the day they came in. I would write the check, put the date I needed to mail it on the envelope, and get it all ready, so that the only thing I had to check every day was, did I need to put anything in my mailbox? The better you can automate bills, that's even easier. But here is a place for all those incoming bills. If they come to you in mail-in form, in paper form, this is the folder you're going to look. You're going to put them in, and you're going to put them in here every day when you do your mail, and you're going to look at this folder every day to be sure you don't have to pay any bills. Unless you're set up on an automation or you have a schedule where, like me, where I pay bills on the 10th and 20th of the month. The second folder you're going to create is tax documents. What do you mean tax documents, Dawn? Well, I mean anything that you're going to be using to create your tax return in the coming year. So receipts for your business. If you got new glasses like I did yesterday, I'm looking mighty spiffy in my new glasses today, that receipt will go in my tax documents folder. If I hit it big at bingo and win a jackpot, then I've got to start saving my lottery tickets that didn't win so I can write the difference off. Both of those forms will have to go in my tax documents folder, so that I can, instead of running around, oh my gosh, it's the middle of March and I need to file my taxes, where are all those papers? They're already all together for you. And when the W-2s start rolling in, your mortgage statements, your interest statements, all those other things, your 1099K from PayPal, all those things that roll in the end of January, you'll have a place to put them. They'll go right into your tax document folder, and everything will be there when you get ready to sit down and with your accountant and have your taxes done. The other folder you're going to create is a tickler file. Now, what the heck is a tickler file? I come from a background of working in accounting. I was a paralegal. I worked in media many years ago. And one of the things we used really effectively in the legal field was called a tickler file. It's just a reminder. It's just where if I wrote a letter to opposing counsel and asked for some information, it's just the point, the date on which I'm going to check and see, did I hear back from him? If I heard back from him, fine, don't need to do anything. If I didn't hear back from him, I need to follow up. So it's just something to remind you And that's how it got its name. It's called a tickler file because it tickles your memory. A tickler file is usually nothing but a series of notes and pieces of paper to jog your memory to tell you that you need to do a task related to this. Patsy just asked if I separate personal and business tax documents. I do, only because I have a lot of business tax documents. So I file mine, I actually make a folder for each month for business. Um, but if I was keeping it more streamlined, I would just put them all together because I would just separate those out at tax time when I needed to do them. Okay, let's go back to tickler files. So it just is there's just a whole bunch of reminders is what a tickler file is. And isn't that basically what your action pile is right now? Isn't it just you have a piece of paper there that says you need to make a dentist appointment? You have a piece of paper there that says that reminds you that you need to get a quote on your homeowner's insurance. You have a piece of paper there that reminds you that you need to get supplies for next year for school, or that you need to get your license plates renewed, or maybe it's time to go and put the deposit down for your vacation. All that the action pile really is a big tickler file of reminders and a place so that you can follow up and keep things moving. So I want you to, if hopefully you have your act pile near you that you can grab, but if you don't, I'm going to give you a few seconds. Why don't you go grab your action pile? Hopefully it's small enough that it'll fit in the spot by where you're working, and grab some Post-its if you have them handy, and we're going to tackle your action file. Okay? So we're going to pretend like the Jeopardy music is playing, give you a few seconds, and grab those piles, or that one pile, and hopefully that small pile. All right, everybody back? Are you ready to keep going? You ready to figure out how to deal with the things that are going to be in your tickler file? All right, I want you to take the first piece of paper on your action pile, and I want you to take a Post-it and put it in the upper right corner. And on that Post-it, I want you to write a short description of what you need to do. So for example, on my piece of paper, on my Post-it, on my piece of paper for getting quotes for my homeowner's insurance, it would say, get quotes. And then I would put any deadline, if there is a deadline associated with this. For me, my insurance renews July 1st, so I would put July 1/15. That tells me it's not super urgent, but I need to have that accomplished before that date if I want to make a change. Maybe it's a reminder that you need to pay your deposit on your vacation, and that has to be done by July 15th of this year. So the words would be pay deposit, July 15, 14. And you're going to put it in the upper right-hand corner of that piece of paper and move on to the next piece. Simple. So when we break again, you're going to do this with your action pile. And once you're done, and you have a Post-it on every piece of paper telling you what it is you need to do, all in the same place, so you can look and see them, the next thing you're going to need to do is to figure out what is the most important. And I want you to arrange the papers to go and look. First, you start out with what's urgent. What must I do now? What is urgent? What's going to be a big problem? If I don't pay that deposit by the 15th of July, and that's pretty soon, that's pretty urgent. And it's important. So the first thing we want to do is look at deadlines and arrange the papers in the folder by deadline. If things do not have deadlines, then we want to look at them and see how important they are. Where do they fall on the importance scale? If I am taking a trip to Italy in October and I need to apply for a passport, that becomes both urgent and important because there is a deadline where I can't expect to have my passport back if I don't have it soon in time. If it is also important because I don't get to go if I don't do this. Then if it's not urgent and it's not uber important, then, whoops, oh, thank you, that went back where it's supposed to be. Then you want to group like tasks together because it's going to be difficult to accomplish your tasks if you're making a phone call to make a dentist appointment and then you need to fill out a passport application or you need to review some medical bills to see if you've already paid this one as one day's tasks. But if you have a dentist appointment to make and a doctor appointment to make and you need to make an appointment to have the oil in your car changed, and those are all phone calls, group a whole bunch of phone calls together so that you do the same kind of tasks together. It will make the time go quicker and you will accomplish so much more. And at the very back of your folder are the non-urgent, non-important, non-like tasks, things that are easy to do. It may be you just need to change the batteries in your label printer, or it may be you may need to make a list of what boxes and bins you have available to ship in, or what you have plenty of shipping supplies, but maybe you need to, it's getting to be close to Q4, so let's get ready, so do things like that. Does that make sense for how to prioritize your folder? Let's see. I've got a bunch of questions here I'm going to run through quickly. Couple of cards action bag. I just put them in my wallet. Yeah, Wendy, that's exactly. You found it. They just need to go into your wallet. Super easy task. If they're important, if you're going to be using them right away. I would say thrift store receipts definitely go in your tax folder. Those are related to tax deductible expenses. So I was going to give you 45 minutes to do this next section, but by the size of your piles, do you think 30 minutes would be enough for you, or do you want to have the 45 minutes? What I want you to do is to create those 3 file folders: bills to pay, tax documents, and a tickler file. I want you to put Post-its on all your action items that describe very briefly, so you don't have to read the paper again. Just look at the Post-it to know what you need to do with any deadlines, and then arrange them in order of priority. And then I want you to decide when you're, every day, the best way to deal with the action items is to take 15 minutes a day and deal with your action folder from front to back. Remember, we put the urgent things in front, the important things behind them, the like tasks, and then the easy, not important things. So I want you to think about when your 15 minutes a day is going to be. Here's my big hint. Do not say I'm going to do it from 10 to 10:15, because you're not going to do it from 10 to 10:15 every single day. You are going to be listing. And, I only have a few more minutes, a couple more to do, and I don't want to interrupt to do my action items. It is best if the designated 15-minute action time is after a trigger. What do I mean by a trigger? A trigger might be after I have breakfast. The first 15 minutes after breakfast, I'm going to do my action folder and then put it away. It might be the first 15 minutes after lunch. It might be as soon as I'm done with my shipping, the first 15 minutes. After I'm done with my shipping, I'm going to do my action folder. So think about what 15-minute time slot you can say, I will do this. And it doesn't have, it can be, hey, you may have kids, you may have a really busy day, you may work full time outside the home. Why can't your 15 minutes be after dinner, after the kids go to bed, and the first 15 minutes after I sit down on the couch just to veg? I'm actually going to do my action items. Now, if you have, you may have to adjust that a little bit on some days if you have phone calls that have to be made at a time when you have to call when the businesses are open. But so think about what 15 minutes can you designate to take action? Because if you take 15 minutes every day to take action on what's in your folder based on urgency, importance, like tasks, and easy, that folder will be empty 99% of the time. Mail will come into your home that day. You'll sort it based on star. You might put one or two things in that folder, and you'll do those the next day, and the folder's empty again. Wouldn't it be nice to know you had a handle on everything, and it doesn't take more than 15 minutes a day to do that? It's urgent, important, like tasks, and then easy, and not important. So I think we're going to do 30 minutes here, which will be 2 o'clock. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about that big, tall pile that you have there of reference. So I'm going to leave this go and do slide up for everyone. You keep your receipts in your tax document folder for things that belong with, that will be backup for your tax return. Okay, so again, urgent, important, like tasks, easy, non-important. And we're going to get, and then identify each item and designate your 15 minutes of action time. And I hope when we come back at 2 o'clock, I'm seeing lots of people in the chat telling me when they're going to designate as their 15 minutes of action time. And I'll look forward to talking to you at 2. All right, half an hour, go and do. You guys are doing awesome. I am so proud of how hard you're working. Hey everybody, sorry about that. I've been talking away for like 5 minutes and I appreciate somebody saying something. I had my microphone turned off, silly me. So let me start again. Welcome back. Um, you've put in 4 hours worth of work, learning and working on your papers. Are you feeling any relief from that? Are you feeling like, I know what to do with papers? I know how to sort them. I know how to take control of them. I know what I need to do based on the papers that I found. What did you find when you worked on your action files? Did you find that there isn't that much to do, that you have some, or maybe you found you have some urgent things that you need to do? I hope you are hearing me now. Uh-oh. Danny says, am I muted? I am not. Can you guys hear me now? Uh-oh. I'm talking. Can somebody put the word chit chat into the chat to tell me that we're back? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Okay, Bobby says much better feeling, can walk. I'm still a little iffy on the folders, probably because I don't have physical files. Love seeing progress. Yay, sound. Okay, good. All right. Whew. So we'll try this again. Welcome back. I'm glad you're seeing progress. I'm glad you're feeling some of that relief. Remember we said at the beginning, um, what if? What if you knew what to do with the papers? What if you weren't worried about missing a deadline? What if you could, you knew that your bills were paid on time? What if you were in control of your paper instead of it was in control of you? Donna said she found a lot of things to do, but most of them are quick. And that's really the kind of things that you will find. You have this big tall stack of papers or big pile or big box of paper somewhere, and they were dragging at you. You were feeling guilty because you know there's things in there you should be doing, but you got to find them, you got to sort them, you got to do them. Now they're right there, easy to find in your action file. Okay, so I'm going to go back to what I was talking about before. I asked if you had thought about your 15-minute action window, things that would give you a trigger to know that this is the time that you need to set aside, that you've set aside, and you're going to take that action folder out and work for 15 minutes, front to back. So whatever's at the front is what you do first because it is the most urgent, the most important, grouped with like tasks, and then you even get down to the easiest to do. Imagine, it won't take long, and that folder will be empty, and you'll just be putting papers in one day and doing the tasks the next. Wouldn't that be a really freeing feeling to get? For me, my 15-minute window is in the morning after I ship. Shipping is the one thing that I absolutely positively must do every day, and I'd like to get it out of the way first thing in the morning. So as soon as that's done, my next 15 minutes are my 15 minutes of action time. That's the time when I make phone calls, when I return emails, when I make appointments or maybe do some research on something that I need to research, such as a part for my husband's car that he can't get any longer. Wendy says, I think after lunch, but then I have to remember to eat lunch. This is true, Wendy. And if you forget to eat lunch, you've got to be able to trigger that and say, hey, I have to have lunch, or I didn't have lunch. I still have to take the time to do it. You have to keep that structure in here. So maybe breakfast would be better. Bobby says she takes her dog for an evening walk and she picks up the mail. And then that's going to be her action time after that. Diane says, if I caught up on everything in my action folder, I'd feel like a real grown-up. You would be a real grown-up. Not that you aren't now, but wouldn't it be good to feel like, to take that self-imposed guilt that we put on ourselves? I love having a checklist And that's kind of what your paper is going to be. So let's talk a little about those action steps for a minute. When you go to that first paper in your folder tomorrow and you pull it out and you take what action is needed, now what do you do with that piece of paper? Well, if it was maybe you called and made an appointment, so hopefully you put that appointment in your calendar. Do you need that piece of paper anymore? Hopefully not. If you need it for the address or whatever, put all that information in your calendar and throw that piece of paper away. Shred the piece of it that might have personal information and throw the rest away. Don't let that paper pile up and become another pile of I don't know what to do, or why do I still have this? I already had this appointment a year ago. So I think that's amazing. I think that you will feel so good about yourself. Donna's going to do hers right after her daughter leaves in the morning, at least Monday through Friday, and I think that's fair. I personally don't do action items Saturday and Sunday. Those are my weekend. Saturday is sourcing day, day with my mom, and Sunday is the day I spend with my husband, and I do work on Sunday as well. But I give myself those times off. And once you get control of that action folder to where there's hardly anything in it, you're going to feel very confident in giving yourself the weekend off as well. So let's talk about that other big pile that you have there, your reference pile. These are all the papers that you think you may need to refer to sometime in the future, but it certainly isn't anything you're going to need to refer to on a daily basis. It's certainly not anything you're going to need even necessarily on a monthly basis or weekly basis. But these are papers that you are probably going to need at some point in time, and you need to be able to lay your hands on them without having to sort through a whole bunch of boxes and bins and everything else. So are you ready? Are you comfortable with your ACT files? Are you comfortable with your ACT times and ready to move on to dealing with all those reference files? So the first thing we have to talk about with the reference files is how we're going to sort those. And I don't want you to take that file and make a big sorting mess on your floor or your table or wherever you sort. That's another thing. Sort. How many times do you sort things and leave them all sorted and then they get all messed up? I like to sort on a bed, preferably my bed, because I know I'm going to pick that up because I want to sleep in it that night. So that's just a hint for it's a big, flat, empty surface, and it makes a great sorting place, and it also forces you to pick it up and organize it. But we're not going to do that with our stuff. We're going to, first of all, we're going to create what's called a category tree. This is a complicated concept, and yet it's very simple. It's how you keep track of where things are in your files. Category trees they define the major groupings of paperwork that you have, and you need to keep them really simple. For example, I don't want you to have in your category tree something that says Charles Schwab investments, Charles Schwab, eBay stock purchases, that much detail. No, category trees are very simple. And the simpler they are, the more effective they are. And we're going to also talk about color coding them, because this is a place where color coding works amazingly. So we're going to work with very broad categories. What do I mean by broad categories? Well, the next slide will show you. It'll take a second to come up here. Hopefully it'll pop up again in a second. But we're going to talk broadly and in big categories like most of us will have. Everybody will have some other ones that apply to them. For example, one of the first categories I would create is home. Whether you live in an apartment or you live in a house or on a houseboat. You have a home, and there are papers that apply to your home. It might be manuals for the TV you just bought. It might be the receipt for the garage door opener that has a year's warranty, so you have to keep the receipt so that you can claim the warranty as needed. Another big category, oh, the slide's coming up now, good, finally. Another big category I would do would be family. And there would be Dawn and Bill for me, and my husband, and one for the kids. I would probably do one for each of the kids. And if you have a lot of documents relating to your grandkids, you may want to do one for each of your grandkids as well. I also have one for mom and dad because I'm the successor trustee to their trust. So I have some paperwork from them. So that relates to them. Another broad category that makes sense for just about all of us out there is business. And business being the broad category. And then other things that would fall under that would be like equipment, your computer manuals, if you have a headset or a webcam, the manuals and receipts for those. Any contracts you might have. Say maybe you have an exclusive contract to sell something on Amazon with a vendor. This is a good place to keep your contracts. Blogs and social media, those kind of things would be maybe blog ideas, photographs, social media postings that you want to respond to, maybe lists of things that you would like to talk about. There's a folder to put those ideas so you keep them all together, and the next time you go to write a blog or a newsletter or a post and you don't know what to talk about, all you have to do is pull that folder out, and there's a plethora of ideas in there for you to get some inspiration from. Maybe there's a folder for your vendors, for the people you buy your boxes and your tape from. Maybe it'll just be Bubble Fast for most of us, but I buy boxes locally. I buy my bubble wrap locally. I buy stuff from Bubble Fast. So you may want to have something for your vendors. Another broad category would be money. Things like your bank statements, investments. If you keep your bills, your paid bills for a year that are not tax related, they would go in here. Any insurance policies that you have. Any old tax returns going back however long, they would be part of your money folders. And if you have a job outside the home, pay stubs. Maybe you have an employment contract. A word about pay stubs. I keep pay stubs for a year, reconcile them, or I did when I was working outside. Reconcile them when I get my W-2 to be sure the W-2 is correct, and then shred them. Maybe you have an employee manual. How many times might you have wondered if I get do I get 6 vacation days or 8? Have your employee manual handy where you can find it, and maybe some performance reviews. And I left a 6th one there blank. So can you tell me what other kind of main categories you might have? I know Bobby mentioned that she found a whole bunch of recipes. So maybe she thinks recipes for her belong under home, because that's part of taking care of her home, is feeding her family. But maybe that's another category, is recipes. Maybe another major category might be memories. If you're a scrapbooker and you're saving things to put into memory and that you don't really want to fit them into your family files because you know you want to use these items to create some fabulous scrapbook pages. Maybe another category might be property. Maybe you have a vacation home. Maybe automotive. Maybe you want to keep all the papers relating to the maintenance of your car. So the category trees need to be very broad, and you can put other things beneath them. And this is where the color coding really comes in. For me, all my money folders are green. So I don't ever have to label a folder money/bank statements. I can just label it bank statements. It's a green, I know that's money. My business folders are lavender. My family folders are blue. So this is where you can bring the color coding in to simplify it. In some respects, you may have something, you may have home has a manuals folder and business may have a manuals folder. But if it's lavender, I know those are business manuals. And if it's pink, those may be home manuals. The color coding is a great place to take advantage here. And you do not have to follow my category trees because it has to be what makes sense to you. If you were going to look for the insurance policy to your home, where would you first go look for it? Me, I would look under money because insurance means money to me. It means I had a claim, I'm going to need to get money. But to you, the first thing you may think of is that's my home. The insurance policy relates to my home. So my home insurance policy belongs with home. It's what triggers it in your mind. There is no right or wrong way to do this. Does that make sense to everyone? Can you see how the things that you did sort into your reference pile would fit into these kind of category trees? What other kind of categories might you think you might need? Well, I can tell you that one thing that's going to come up is that you might have some things that they're really not your stuff yet, but there's things you don't want to forget. So I create two files, and they're called People I Might Want to Hire and Things I Might Want to Do. I cannot tell you how many coupons I get in the mail and how many advertisements I get in the mail from garage door repair people. They come every month like clockwork from several different garage door people, and I would throw them away because my garage door is working just fine. But you know what? On our rental house, the garage door went out last month. And I went to my folder that said people I might want to hire, and inside I had kept an advertisement from several different companies, and I made my decision about who I was going to hire. But because I had that information at hand, I didn't have to go scurrying around on Facebook and say, oh my gosh, my garage door is broken. I need to find somebody to repair it. Who do you recommend? I didn't have to just randomly pick somebody out of the phone book. I had some ideas of people that had sent me advertisements, sent me coupons. People, maybe I had met someone and I had a business card from them. All of those things are in my people I might want to hire. And things I might want to do are the same kind of thing. There's a train trip to out in near a neighborhood community in Henderson here in town that does pretty good things. And it looks like an interesting trip, but I'm not going to go take that right now. But I might, maybe if my in-laws come to visit, that might be a fun thing to do with them. Nothing I need to know right now, but I don't want to lose this piece of paper. And a lot of the paper that we pile on our desks is those kind of things. I don't want to lose it, but I don't really need it right now. So we need to have a place to put it. So I can pretty much work with these two categories of people I might want to hire, things I might want to do. I'm seeing a lot of stuff coming in on chat finally about filing. So let's see what we have here before we move further on. Pam, you asked, do you already have a filing system set up just by categories? Do you recommend changing to our buying system, what kind of categories do you have? Is it a system for you? Are you able to find things? Like I said, you don't have to use broad categories so you can find things. If it's just a basic alphabetical system and you need to find say the repair bill from your 84 Volvo from last year when you had the air conditioning fixed, okay? So you're going to go there and let's see. Did I file that under automobile? A. Did I file it under C for car? Did I file it under R for repairs? Did I file it under V for Volvo? You're going to be going back and forth and looking for those things. So set up something very broad with the big titles so that that works for you. If the system you have in place now works for you, go with it. You don't have to change just to change. Susan suggests healthcare. I think that's a brilliant second category. You may want to put that under family, however. Healthcare would be a good major title, and you could have a folder for each person. Or you could put that up under family and have a Dawn file and a Dawn healthcare file. What makes sense to you? What will make it work for you the easiest? Oh, and I see that's what Bobby said as well. And pet care, absolutely, that's family. Your little furry friends are your furry family. So make sure that you work with them too. So let's get ready to file these. And let me promise you, you're not going to spend all day today filing, okay? We're just going to get ready to file. The first thing you need to do is to figure out your category tree, to make that little sheet and to have a general idea of what's going to, of how you're going to file. Then you're going to take a Post-it, just like we did with the action folders, and we're going to put it in the lower right-hand corner. Remember we put it in the upper right corner before? Now we're going to put it in the lower right-hand corner. And that's because what happens if a bird flies into your house and mixes up all your papers, and now you've got to sort them again. Very easy to sort. Upper right corners are actions, lower right corners are reference. And you know immediately. If you prefer to have all of them, the Post-its in the upper corner, if that's just easier for you to see, then I suggest doing two different kinds of Post-its, maybe a yellow one and a pink one, and know that the yellow one means action and the pink one means reference. Again, color coding is your friend. Make it simple. Make it functional for you. Okay, so you're just going to start going through your reference file, that big pile of stuff you have of reference materials, and you're going to put a Post-it in the lower right-hand corner and just write your category tree. So, for example, if it's for Bobby's dog, it might be family, lucky. That's all you need on the Post-it. Family, lucky. And for 15 minutes every day, do this through your accumulation through this pile that was your R in your star. 15 minutes every day, just slap Post-its on them. That's all you need to do to get started. You don't have to do anything else with it just yet. Just do that. 15 minutes a day. This should not be the same 15 minutes as your action 15 minutes. So now you need another trigger. Filing is no fun. Filing is boring. Working on the reference files, not fun. And it is going to be what you want to avoid. For me, I like doing filing after lunch. First 15 minutes after lunch, that's my trigger. But I will tell you this, if you will do it every day or 5 out of 7 days for several weeks or maybe a month, And you just do these steps that I'm going to give you, the first of which is to put the Post-it on the paper, that you will soon have it all filed. And it will probably take you 15 minutes a week to keep it up, and you will be able to pull any piece of paper you need very quickly. So first steps in getting ready to file is to write the category tree phrase on it. So while the first step is to figure out your category tree, and remember, it's fluid. You could move stuff around because you haven't made files yet. You haven't filed anything. If things feel like they need to be someplace else, move them. Put a Post-it in the lower right-hand corner with your category tree title, and then spend 15 minutes every day working through your pile of R stuff. You don't have to do it all today or tomorrow or even by the end of next week. Step by step. It won't take long, and you'll have full control of what it is and what you have and what you're working on. The next steps can be done one of two different ways. You can now take all those papers that you've put the Post-its on and sort them into piles based on your category tree. Some people prefer to do it that way. That's not me. To me, that feels like a whole other step that I have to do, and it's a lot more work. So for me, I would just work all the way through my pile, and when I was done, I would take the top piece of paper off of the stack, and I would do this in my 15 minutes a day. So once my 15 minutes a day of putting Post-its on was done and everything has Post-its, now for 15 minutes, I'm going to take the top piece of paper, I'm going to create and label a folder based on the title. Now, if you're using color-coded folders, remember, like Family Dawn, so blue, it would just be a blue folder, so it wouldn't have to say family, and it would just be labeled Dawn. And I think, personally, having a nice, pretty label is important. If you just scrawl something on there, it's harder to read, it's not as functional. So print it nicely, buy some pretty labels and print them on your computer. Get a P-Touch or a Brother labeler or something, and make a pretty label that you're going to be willing to read. You can buy, we were talking about color coding, so you can buy colored folders. You could buy colored labels. Just use plain folders with different colored labels. So you create your labels, and then you're going to put that piece of paper in the folder. And you can take the Post-it off and throw it away. More trash. Continue doing that 15 minutes a day, every day, until your pile's gone. As you create the folders, you're going to know which ones you've already created. You're going to be able to fill them with more and more and more papers. Now, here's a big sticky thing. A lot of people, when they go to organize, the first thing they do is go out and buy file cabinets, and they buy file boxes, and they buy all these organizing tools. But that's really the last thing you want to do. For right now, just put them in temporary boxes until you're all done, until you know how much you have. You may only need to have a really pretty file box sitting in a corner of your office, or you may have enough stuff that you need a big 4-drawer file cabinet. You really need to know what you have before you can move on and do it. So just have a temporary box. You know where your things are, and until you get all the folders done, and just 15 minutes a day. So for now, when you're first getting through any backlog, 15 minutes a day on your action items, 15 minutes a day on your reference items. No more. Half-hour time commitment. You have a half hour a day. You can make that time. Once you're done creating all those files, now you know what size file cabinet or file box or file tote, or if they'll even fit in your desk drawer, because you've reduced your accumulation down to only what you need. Now the files that you use every day, you can keep on your desk or in your desk drawer. You can keep them where they will be the most handy and the most simple to reach. If you only ever need the newspaper clippings about your Uncle Harry once every 6 years before you go to the family reunion, then that's going in the file cabinet or in storage that's not handy. That's going somewhere where you don't have to have access to it every day. And think about kinds of containers that you can use. There are magazine file rack, the makers that you can buy that hold a lot of file folders. You can buy pretty clear satchels that open up. You could buy expanding files that will fit a lot of file folders. There are so many different storage options. And think outside the box. Maybe a basket, a tall basket that's really pretty will look nice sitting on your desk, and it will do double duty by holding all of your files, still look pretty, and they'll be close by. And here's the big aha moment for you. So that other people can find things, keep your category tree in a folder in the very front of wherever you keep your main files, and just call it category tree. Tell your spouse, tell your kids, tell anybody that needs to know. If you need to know how to find a file, here's how to find it. And it is possible. You're welcome to have subcategories under, like we were talking about for the Dawn file for healthcare. There could be Dawn for everything, and then maybe Dawn healthcare if that gets to be a lot of documents about that. So keep the category tree in the folder at the front. That will help you remember, and anybody else that needs to locate a file in your absence, help them remember and figure out how to find it. It's very simple. You could just make a little chart like I made that you saw on the slide. You might want to, for example, if you're using green for your money folders, just highlight the word money in green. I'll bet you anybody looking through your files can figure that out, that that's what they need. So now you've been working away for a few weeks. You've got them all filed. You've got your papers identified where they should be filed. You've got your papers in folders, and now they're in storage solutions of some sort, whether a cabinet, a basket, a folder, drawer. Now comes the really tricky part. You've done so much hard work, and you guys are working really hard today. But the really tough thing is maintaining it. You're committing to 15 minutes a day on action, 15 minutes a day on filing right now. I guarantee you that it will not take you 15 minutes a day total to maintain the system. It's very simple. You designated that inbox where everybody's going to put papers for you. Every single day, you're going to sort the papers in there using the STAR method. You're going to, can it be shredded? Is this trash? Is this something I need to do? Or is this something I might need later? And you're going to do the actions that are required. 15 minutes for now, 15 minutes every day in your action, 15 minutes every day to file. And you will be able to maintain the system once everything is completed, all your back stuff is done, less than 15 minutes a day to empty your storage box, to do your actions, and to do your filing. You will be amazed at how much time it doesn't take because you have done the hard work beforehand. I see Diane saying in the chat she has to clear out her file cabinets. That would be another 15 minutes. Yes, Diane, I think that's very funny, and that's exactly what you can take the time, go through it, because I'll bet you almost all the stuff, I would wager to say 50 more of what is in your file cabinets will fall into the same categories we talked about of shred and trash. We hang on to things far too long when we don't really need them because we're afraid that we may need them sometime. So I got a couple more slides for you and talk about a couple more things. And I'm going to set you to either continue working on your papers or to set up your routines so that you know when you're going to spend your 15 minutes taking action and creating files. So these are the things for this portion, the steps you need to take. Create your file folders for people I might need to hire and things I might want to do. And you might come up with another category as well that works for you. Add that one. Just don't add 20. Keep them simple, keep them broad. Create a really basic category tree for yourself. It can always be tweaked. Things can always be moved around. And just take your time and do that. Spend 15 minutes a day during your reference time adding Post-its to all the papers in your R pile. Once you have that all done, create the labels and file folders and fill with the papers. Simple. Then you can determine what storage solutions you need and then it's just daily maintenance. My guess is you'll just need one 15-minute block of time a day to empty your inbox, to do your action things, and to do your filing. I would love to know how you're doing with your files, if you're struggling with your category trees, if you need anything, any help with anything on how to work on some of those, come on over to the Declutter with Diva Dawn Facebook group and share and ask, and everybody will be willing to help. I do want to tell you that I'm planning on having another webinar. It's going to be a 5-week series of 1 hour each. It's called File the Pile. So it will help you create your category trees. It would help you do the filing right with us as we go along. And hopefully at the end of those 5 weeks, if not sooner, your files will be completely done. It'll be on a Friday from noon Pacific time till 1 p.m. And the introductory price is going to be $89 because for all of you that participated in this webinar, it's going to be more than that for other people. I really want to help you have control of things. The information I've given you here, you are certainly equipped to go out and not need help. You can certainly put your files together, and I hope that you will. But if you need some extra help or some extra accountability for getting it done, you will be getting an email about that webinar series. Again, it's 5 Fridays from the end of July to the end of August, 1 hour each Friday, as opposed to 5 hours all in one day. So I hope you'll sign up for that if you need some extra help or want some extra accountability so that you keep moving forward with things. So I hope you will take the go and do from this segment and continue working on your papers and doing everything you need to do. I would really appreciate if you would come over to the Declutter with Diva Dawn Facebook group and let us know how you liked this format of the webinar, if you feel like you got a lot of work done. Part of the File the Pile webinar series is going to talk about automation with using electronic methods. It's going to talk about going paperless, or a portion at least paperless. I am paperless in a lot of ways, but I still like my paper for other things. So we'll talk about those things too. We'll talk about other ways of filing or of taking the files that you've created and possibly taking them into the cloud and getting rid of all of that extra that's hanging around as well. We'll talk about other ways. Diane asked if I could show the go and do slide again. I will in just a minute, Diane. I will leave that on for a little bit. So I just want you to all know that I'm here to help. And over on the Declutter with Diva Dawn Facebook group, everybody's there and helpful. People have great ideas. I hope these 5 hours that we've spent together have helped you get control. And I would love to get some feedback from you. I will, as soon as the replay is available, you will get an email with the information and the link to the replay. And if I can figure out how to do the downloadable slides, I will. My tech challenged me. It's just something I have to figure out, but I'll be happy to share those. But you'll also be able to have the replay. And that way you can go back and watch whatever steps you need to watch in greater depth. Diane, I wish you had taken a before picture too. But share the after picture over on the Facebook group. And if anybody's not already on the Facebook group, just put in a request and we'll be sure to get you added. I really want to see you all. I'm just go and do slide back up. Diane, so if you can give the webinar software a little bit of time, it'll put it back up for you so you can see it again. But I want to thank you, everybody, for being here and hanging out with me for a very long hours in one afternoon is difficult, but I really think it was better to do it this way so that we could actually work through and see the progress and so that you can get control. And I know that you just have to feel better knowing what actions you need to take, what things you need to do. And I so love that you were all here with me for my first webinar. I hope to get better at doing this and get less tech challenged with some of the things. And I really thank you all for being here. I hope to see you over on Declutter with Diva Dawn. I hope some of you will sign up for the File the Pile series when that is available. And I really hope that giving you the steps and a plan that you can move forward in 2 15-minute chunks of time a day so it doesn't distract you from the business of being in business, but that you can also let all that guilt about all that paper go away and you'll be amazing. So this is Diva Dawn Ralston saying goodbye for now. Oh, your go and do hasn't come back up yet, has it? I'm sorry, Diane. It should be in a minute though. But thank you all for being here with me today. I hope a lot of you were able to kiss so much of your chaos goodbye, get that paper clutter out of your mind, off your desk, and under control in the best way possible, and that going forward, you control the paper, it doesn't control you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.